Bailey's napping.
I will.
There you go. 1 Corinthians chapter 3, verse 7 through 11. Death and glory. This is the voice of the Lord. But just think about it. When death was being distributed, carved in letters of stone, it was a glorious thing. So glorious, in fact, that the children of Israel couldn't look at Moses' face because of the glory of his face. A glory that didn't last. But in that case, when the Spirit is being distributed, won't that be glorious too? If distributing condemnation is glorious, you see how much more glorious is it to distribute vindication. In fact, what used to be glorious has come in this respect to have no glory at all, because the new glory which goes so far beyond it. For if the thing which was to be abolished came with glory, how much more glory will there be for the things that last? The two teenagers were slumped in armchairs.
Cupcake.
Both of them had their headphones plugged into personal stereos and had the faraway look at people being carried along by hidden sounds. One of them nodded her gently in time with the beat. The other was clicking his fingers. Neither gave any attention to what was happening at the other end of the room. There at the piano sat a guest of the family. The family hadn't realized she was a famous pianist. She was a friend of a friend who had needed a place to stay for a couple of nights. She was now practicing for a concert. The gentle, powerful music flowed around the room, out into the hallway, and up the stairs, filling the house with beauty as surely as if all the spring flowers in the garden had suddenly released their scent. The lady of the house came downstairs, in trance. She stopped in the doorway and looked at her two children with a mixture of amusement and horror. Then she beckoned them to come out of the room. "Don't you realize what you're missing?" she whispered. The older one, lip-reading her mother because the stereo was still filling her head with heavy rock, frowned. "What do you mean?" she said. "What I mean," said the mother, "is that there is greater music in this house and you're missing it." The younger one took off his headphones and listened for a minute. "That's not real music," he said. "That's just tinkly little tunes." And he replaced the headphones. The mother tried again. "Listen," she said. "What you got in your heads will last for 5 minutes. Next week it'll be a different song and you'll forget this one. What's she playing in there will last forever. People have loved that music for centuries already, and they'll go on loving it for many more." "Let them," replied the boy. "It doesn't do anything for me." I know the illustration isn't perfect. The contrast Paul is making is deeper and more important than the contrast between rock music, which lasts for a few weeks, and the glorious music of the great composers. The musical contrast can be associated with a cultural snobbery, which Paul would have hated. But the picture of the frustrated mother trying to persuade her couldn't care less children that listening to great music is actually far more glorious than listening to pop. It's something like the picture of Paul, trying to get the message across to the Corinthians that the distribution of the Spirit is far more glorious thing than the distribution of death. That the new covenant God has made in Jesus the Messiah is far more glorious thing than the old covenant he made with Israel through Moses. The contrast seems obvious to us, no doubt because Paul has put it in such a way that's hard to disagree, but it wasn't to them. What isn't obvious to us is why Paul needed to stretch the point in this way. Were there perhaps people in Corinth who had been teaching the young church that they should observe the law of Moses? There is no reason other than this passage itself to think so. In chapter 11, verse 22, he speaks of some opponents who are clearly Jews. But this isn't a reason to suppose that they are teaching the kind of law observance that the rival teachers in Galatia have been doing. I think it's more likely that Paul is simply wanting to get through to the Corinthians just what a glorious thing the new covenant is. And to do this, he is telling, as he so often did, the story of the old covenant. Chapter 3 is, in fact, the first part of a long argument which builds up step by step through the great climax in chapter 6, verse 3 through 10, explaining to the Corinthians that the life and work of a genuine apostle of Jesus Messiah really is a glorious thing, even though it doesn't look like it to them. The Corinthians have allowed themselves to imagine that an apostle, a leader of this new movement that they joined, ought to conform to the standards of showy leadership, flowery and entertaining speaking, personal charm and flattery that they were used to in their culture. What Paul ultimately wants to say to them is that all these things are like cheap pop music, compared with the lifestyle which embodies the gospel of Jesus. At the moment, they are, he implies, like sulky teenagers who don't want to listen to real music, who can't believe that it contains passion and glory, beauty and love beyond anything they imagine. And the way he does this is to tell one part of the biblical story of Moses and to contrast it with the story of the gospel and the Spirit. The part of the Moses story he chooses is found in Exodus 34. Moses had been up on the mountain for a long time, receiving instructions from God about the building of the tabernacle, the place where God will come and live with his people. The people, however, persuaded Aaron to make a golden calf, an idol. The first word that Moses and his law had to utter to God's people was the word of condemnation, the announcement of death. Moses suddenly found himself in the position of a counsel for the defense, pleading with God to spare his guilty people. This deep and heartful prayer called forth from God a fresh revelation of himself. Moses glimpsed God's glory and heard the message that, though wickedness must be dealt with, God was indeed a God of overflowing mercy. And when Moses returned once more from the mountaintop, his face was shining, and the Israelites were afraid of him. So he covered his face with a veil, except for when he went into the tabernacle where God made himself present to speak with God face to face. Paul's point, then, is that even this glorious revelation of God is as nothing compared with the glory which is revealed in the gospel, the message about Jesus, through which God's Spirit is powerfully at work to bring life and vindication in place of death and condemnation. But, like the mother in the story, he has to make the point because, of course, it's not obvious to people whose mind and hearts are stuck in a different culture, a different set of assumptions. Paul's face does not literally shine as he speaks. The Corinthians might have sat up and taken more notice if it had. But Paul wants them to realize that when God is at work in them by his Spirit, there is a glory at work that puts even Moses in the shade. Part of his whole argument, in fact, is that Christians have to get used to setting their course by what cannot be seen rather than what can, but what is going to last forever, rather than by what lasts merely for a while, not by lifestyles and cultures which will end in death, but by what brings life the other side of death. Much of this letter is taken up with these themes, and Paul has here focused them sharply on the contrast between the admittedly glorious work of Moses and the apparently unglorious work he had to do as an apostle. He is challenging them to look for the real glory even though at the moment they can't see it, to listen for the hidden power of the gospel music, even though at the moment their heads are filled with the transient power of what their culture gives them, as a challenge church needs to hear again and again. All right, friend, we can start. All right, do you want pretzel or do you want headphones?
Yes, you want me to turn up the speakers all the way? I'm just kidding. Well, that hadn't buzzed in a while, and now it buzzed.
I mean, it was buzzing earlier today.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I guess they hear it. For the music in the main menu is not as good as the ones in battle. How do I skip?
I don't know. Just hit random buttons, maybe my skip. Usually this is the button to skip thing.
Yes, I skip it. Yes, you can't skip it. Thank you. Oh, it has loaded. Continue. My I can't live with you. Wait. I'm not save it. I'm gonna be in the same spot. But my sister like saving in that game.
Huh.
That's so weird in black and white.
It's part. Yeah, it's kind of the third challenge.
Yeah, it didn't say. You told me that it was safe.
Well, it has an autosave feature.
A simple stone.
If anything, next time you can just turn off the hit start, pause it, and then turn off the monitor.
Okay, yeah, definitely did not say.
Must be for
No,
me.
I can do it all. Face it. Copper, okay. That's fine. Hey, copper looks more like. Finally, we have lights. We have lights.
You are far from finished. Pass through the mourners ahead.
What's up?
Nothing is what it seems.
Yeah.
Love you.
Pause time. The force who made me with you. I don't know.
I can't believe she's dead.
Oh, poor Neve.
Let us always honor
Oh,
her.
yeah?
We won't be the same without her.
See that? This what's this? Honey pistachio.
Hmm.
Yeah. Oh.
You found me, but you cannot undo what has been done. The magic of the stone can only conjure a shadow of my
yeah?
former self.
You swapped it in front of your own bazooka. How do you feel now? Heal my character. Oh, yeah.
But there is no light without shadow, as there is no shadow without light.
No.
Simply because you can eliminate darkness does not always mean that you should.
On the vine! Oh, that could be bad.
Remember that as you witness my memory.
Yeah, open up! Oh, that could be bad. Ah, dang. And now, boom! Every time that happens, it scares the heck out of me.
Isadora, what you did for your father was remarkable.
Remy,
Wasn't
bro,
it?
I dare
And
you.
Percival needn't worry about the strands of emotion or the traces that this
Yeah,
magic
you think
leaves.
that you can...
I found a way to contain all of it.
You haven't stopped.
Goblin silver.
You spoke to a goblin about this.
Don't
Yeah,
worry,
he's
he has no idea what we're containing.
We don't know what effect any of this may have. The emotions, the dark traits.
You sound like Percival. And as it happens, I do know. It is a source of strength, of focus. Somehow it enhances my ability to wield magic.
I don't follow, Isadora.
I think we can harness it.
Power like this is not to be toyed with. In the wrong
You
hands, it
saw
can...
what I did for my father. Oh, Neve, imagine the
back here?
good we could do. Everyone is in
Okay.
some kind of pain.
Okay. Nothing.
Breathe it in. Can you feel it?
Oh, Isadora. This must stop. All of it.
You've kept this power to yourselves for so long because you fear it. I choose to embrace it.
Okay, yes you were. you are doing all the because you're terrible at your job. That's it. I have a scope.
Revelio.
Is it true? Has someone completed the first 3 trials?
It is, and I have.
But
Okay, now that's...
you are so...
Young? I know. You must be Professor
you have a
Bakar.
minigun.
I am.
Nope.
Pleased to meet you. The pensive memory I just witnessed. Was Isadora inhaling painful emotions?
She was.
I found it disturbing.
I'm about to fight.
But how did she gain power from it? How did she harness it?
It was disturbing. Although, I wonder that you are asking about her power.
Yo, I just...
I hesitate to reveal the
Where's you
location
going?
of my
Not-
pensive to someone who, perhaps, has yet to understand the responsibility of power.
I can assure you, Professor, I do. In fact,
Okay.
what you don't yet know is that a dangerous goblin called Ranrock has accessed the repository at Rookwood Castle. He has learned to harness the contents of it as a source of immense power. He plans to use that power against wizardkind. We have no time to waste.
I see.
I don't know why.
Nonetheless, the knowledge you shall
me a box,
gain after
boy.
you witness my memories is too valuable to share without further consideration. I shall require time to confer with the other keepers.
It seems we have no choice but to wait, frustrating as it is. I heard what you told Professor Bakar. Isadora was inhaling emotions to gain power?
She was. And she pulled emotions, as she did from her father, from Professor Fitzgerald, without permission.
Monstrous.
What's more, she said that she found a way to store the traces of magic she extracted in goblin silver.
The repositories.
Where am I
Possibly.
supposed to go now?
There's something I didn't get a chance to tell you earlier. Ranrock has been digging at locations tied to the 5 names he found in the journals of a goblin metalworker named Bragball.
5 names. The Keepers, and who else? Isadora Morganac?
Precisely. That's how he's been one step ahead of us. Gringotts, the Tower, Rookwood Castle.
If the Keepers won't tell you where the next trial is yet, I say we at least maintain a watch on Ranrock. Perhaps he'll lead us to more information.
Perhaps. I hope to hear from Lodgok soon. I haven't heard anything since I learned of the drills. Oh, and as you've probably guessed by now, your Polyjuice plan worked like a charm.
I knew it would. I may have done too good a job distracting Black. I had no idea he can't hold his fire whiskey.
I shouldn't have reacted so bitterly about your goblin friend. I apologize. I hope we can finish what we started with the triptych. Please meet me at the southern coast. We can search for the final canvas piece.
Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah? Try and hit me, boy. Yes, I can. Oh gosh, I'm low health. I'm low health. Sure, Good. That could help for half. Oh gosh.
Hmm.
Well. Oh gosh.
Revelio.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
I'm tired of this.
You should know better than that by now. We've all told you before, and look what happens when you don't listen. Afraid to fight?
Oh god.
Nothing over here.
Revelio.
Do this.
The wizard will be defeated.
I know I ain't gonna die.
You ought to cut back on pudding. Mistook you for a troll the other day.
Patricius Totalis.
Yeah, I did. Oh, I learned how to dodge. Okay. Curry, I survived this much out.
This could prove
But that-
dangerous if I'm not careful.
Bombard.
Stir fry?
Revelio.
Oh, that could have been close. I almost
but to submit to us.
Patricus Totalis.
I don't see myself doing this sort of thing forever, though. Fancy I'll have my own. Someone's here.
Expelliarmus! Crucible. Bombard.
I won't best.
Glacius. Accio.
I will make you pay.
Leviosa. Descender. Imperio. Glacius. Defender. Teams. Rebellion.
I have another skill.
I know it.
Expelliarmus. Too late for you to learn the error of your ways.
Max force increase.
Revelio.
Look, that's a freaking freak. Oh, now I'm mad.
These rocks have seen better days.
Mad, you! No stuff, we can't block those. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. I figured out the strat. Very good.
Nothing pleasant about this coast.
I received your owl. Thank you.
I'm glad you came. I spotted droves of Ranrock's loyalists coming up from the coast. Overheard one of
Okay,
them
fair
say they're
boy.
headed to another cavern, like the one we found. How are they still one step ahead of us? They can't know about the triptych.
I don't know. I did see another memory. This time, it was a keeper named Neve Fitzgerald. She was unnerved by Isadora's use of ancient magic. But I still can't be sure how any of it connects to Ranrock.
These keepers are playing games with you. You need to press them for more information.
It doesn't work like that. To access each of these memories, I have to complete a trial. It's not as easy as you think. They're showing me the memories in a particular order.
Either they don't trust you, or you don't care enough about Anne to ask the difficult questions.
I do care about Anne, but I'm tired of explaining myself. Perhaps we should part ways.
That's not what I meant. We're just not getting answers. I need answers. For Anne.
I know. Now, shall we see why the triptych led us here?
Okay, I'll have to do that.
Let's go, quickly, before we're spotted. Keep a close eye out. I saw some of Ranrock's crew moving off the path just ahead.
I wonder why.
Raiding, I imagine. This mountain. Safeguard local hamlet valuables. But it's been abandoned ever since Ranrock took hold of the coast.
Feels like I've been at this for hours. Petrificus Totalis. How nice of you to stop by.
Expelliarmus. Flipendo. Catego. Bombarda. Glacius. Defendo.
Away with that.
Accio. Incendio. Levioso. Descendo.
All of Ranrock's loyalists deserve the same fate. Nice work.
Silent as a grave.
Thestrals overhead. Some consider them a bad omen.
Not everyone does.
I know that.
All right.
I'm making small talk. I'm not gonna trek up this mountain in silence.
Revelio.
Hmm.
There's a crack right there. But I don't know why I'm supposed to.
Hmm.
Break all the pots. We need all of the pots. Should I break all of the pots?
Incendio.
Trespass.
There they are. Let's go.
Wait. We should have some sort of plan.
I'm through planning.
Quietly now.
An intruder!
One less human to worry about. What was that?
They got what they deserved.
What were you thinking?
I was thinking about dead goblins.
You could have got us killed.
But I didn't. Looks like Ranrock's loyalists were heading further up the path.
Let's keep going. Revelio.
I'll be quieter than a jobber knob.
Ranrock's gonna make everyone pay.
Anything made from goblin silver belongs to us. Whether it's a sword or a repository, whatever that is.
Did you hear that, Goblin?
Ridiculous notions of ownership.
Where did he come from?
I don't know.
Afraid to fight over here.
Oh, wait!
All of Ranrock's loyalists deserve the same fate. Nice work.
We must remain unseen.
Revelio. Bombarda.
Oh,
Expelliarmus. Lumos.
yep, there's a boss.
Lumos!
Oh.
Lumos!
Silent as a grave. I agree. Only good wizard's a dead wizard. Ranrock's got that right, and I'll be most keen to help him achieve his goals in that regard.
Yes, did something.
Petrificus
Finally
totem.
Grapple,
did
you
something.
are.
Must be it.
Sebastian, wait.
Wait. For what? Why are you suddenly so cautious?
Listen to me. I know you're angry and frustrated, but charging ahead now could undo all the progress we've made. Lord Gok said...
Oh, your goblin friend?
Stop it. That's enough. Not all goblins are like Ranrock. I am not the enemy. We want the same thing. To find answers.
Oh,
I thought we wanted the same thing.
We do. Listen to me. Lord Gok has insights into Ranrock that we don't. He told me that Ranrock somehow knows about the Keepers and is searching anywhere connected to each of them. That's why they always seem to be one step ahead. I know what I'm doing. You need to trust
I
me,
like
or
destroying pots.
I don't see that we can continue
For
together.
no reason.
Fine. Fine. I'm sorry. I'm letting my emotions get the better of me. And I have been for a while. I do trust you. And I don't think I can help Anne without you.
Good. Ranrock clearly knows more than we thought. We need to be careful and do this right, not just go charging in. We have our work cut out for us. We need to work together if we're going to find the final piece to the triptych.
Agreed. I'll be quieter than a jobber knob.
So far, so good.
Charming. Spiders. How fitting.
I'm assuming.
We've rid the world of another spider. I shall sleep better tonight.
Oh.
Bombarda! Almost as good as if I'd done it myself. We must remain unseen.
Incendio.
Be gone.
One nudge and that chest might have fallen.
Oh, I think 3 nudges at least.
These spiders are determined to make a meal of us.
I'm sure we taste better than a goblin dinner.
Staircase leading here. Whatever for?
I don't think anyone's been here for ages.
Now I know. So he's finding potatoes, but not French fries. It's like a standard California burrito. No, I just got... You didn't tell me that. Well, I got carne asada in it. I just got a California burrito. Okay. Next time. Oh.
Good.
Revelio.
Look at this place. Not really my style. A bit much, if you ask me.
Getting through the cavern can't have been the only challenge. Perhaps we should search for runes. Incendio.
Is finding these chests luck or instinct? We've seen rune symbols like these before.
Get that way! You say damn it.
Revelio.
Ho ho ho, yeah.
Oh my gosh, are you serious? Like your slot's really full? That sucks.
Revelio.
Must not been paying attention. Well, of course I wasn't paying attention.
Incendio.
Can't get out of here quick enough.
Revelio.
That was a troll. Control. Control. And
Control! Imperial. Expelliarmus. Crucial. Flipendo. Bombard. Glacius. Defendo. Accio. Incendio.
Oh.
Levioso. Descendo. Protego. Levioso. Imperial.
Quietly now.
And now boom. And now boom.
Patricius Totalis.
And now boom.
Oh,
And
wait,
now
what?
boom.
Expelliarmus.
Alright. Oh, wow, that was two. That was
Bombarda. Glacius. Defender. Incendio. Protego. Confringo. Descendo. Levioso. Depulso. Glacius. Defendo. Expelliarmus. Bombarda.
Oh, okay.
Stupefy. Crucial. Glacius. Defender. Protego. Glacius. Confringo. Nice teamwork. Nothing like an angry troll to bring friends together. Levioso. Reparo. Revelio. That was a piece of work. More than one.
Okay. Go for it. Go for it. Go for it.
A journal entry. Isadora was here. Wingardium Leviosa. Revelio.
I'm out of breath after all of those stairs. But the view, well worth it.
Ah, yes. FBI, open up. But breaking the pause is so sad.
Accio. Wingardium Leviosa.
Nice work. Your skills never cease to surprise me.
Revelio.
The barrier. We can blast through it. I'm certain.
Good news?
This journal entry sounds worrisome.
This can't be a dead end. Must be another floor above us. Confringo.
Almost as good as if I'd done it myself.
Revelio. Bombarda. Incendio. Revelio.
This place can't have belonged to only Isadora.
It's a trick that pointed us here.
Revelio.
Feel as if I should be fluent in runic
Bombarda. Oh. Could this be another area?
Revelio. Isadora must have honed her skill with ancient magic here. I know from the memories I've seen that the Keepers and Isadora didn't see eye to eye on the use of ancient magic.
I wish you could see one of her memories.
The final canvas piece to the triptych. We've done it!
Isadora should not have had to keep all this secret.
I know from the memories I've seen that the Keepers and Isadora didn't see eye to eye on the use of ancient magic. But I don't understand why she seems to have gone to such great lengths to tell her story without their knowledge.
I wish you could see one of her memories.
So do I.
Perhaps completing the triptych will shed more light on all of this. I cannot believe the journey this triptych took us on.
This is it.
Well, don't keep me in suspense. Go on, place it.
Huh. Another pensive.
This is what we've been chasing.
I wonder.
What is it?
Let's find out.
I cannot bring my brother back, Father. But I can give you peace. Please, have a seat.
Isadora, we are all most intrigued to hear.
We're ready. I've something to show you. Father, these are my colleagues from Hogwarts. Father hasn't spoken since my brother died. On my travels, I confirmed that which I've always believed. That we have the power to take away pain.
Isadora. What have you done?
I took his pain.
Thank you.
That worked.
It did indeed.
Of course it did. It's goblin silver.
I need something much bigger.
All right. It would help if you could tell me more about what it is you're storing.
Magic. Left over from a spell I devised to remove pain, but if used correctly, its power can be used to do even more good.
Why would you want to store such magic away?
I only need to keep it safe until I can convince my colleagues of its worth. Magic like this unnerves some.
Not everyone's ready to wield such power.
Perhaps not. Someone will be.
She took away the pain. I knew it. I knew there was a way to help Anne.
Something isn't right, Sebastian.
What do you mean? You saw what she did.
No, not the memories, the portrait. I think the reason Isadora hasn't appeared is because she can't.
I don't follow.
We have seen that view before. The abandoned home in Felgroth, the destroyed painting. It was her.
So someone destroyed a bit of enchanted canvas, but we found the memory.
Yes, you're right.
We saw what she wanted us to see. We saw what she could do, what you can do.
But I don't know how to do what Isadora did.
Well, then you shall learn. The Keepers can teach you.
I'm not sure that they would. The Keepers believe that removing someone's ability to feel pain, it's a highly complicated, unpredictable form of magic. One that should be wielded with great care. If at all.
If at all? You've overcome all of their challenges. You've more than proven yourself. You can wield it. You have the ability. Please, talk to the Keepers. If not for me, then for Anne.
Why did the Keepers want to keep Isadora quiet? Why destroy her portrait?
I found one of Ranrock's drills in a mine along the shore. I intend to destroy it. I'm tired of trying to reason with it. You're welcome to join me, but if I don't see you there, I will reach out when I return. I have something to give you.
Lord God's getting... than he realizes. I'd better find him. It's like a place right out of a story.
Up for a bit of dying, are we?
Hello, Mr. Ndi. Eddie Thistlewood sent me.
Yes, he told me to expect you. Do you have the Chinese chomping cabbages?
Oh, wait.
I have them right here.
Oh, it doesn't appear that you do. How unfortunate. I do think Eddie's idea has merit. I'm not sure how many more attacks Velcroft can survive.
What do you have for sale?
What are we in the market for today? Now, if you like what you bought, be sure to come in and see me again.
Oh. Yeah, I opened up.
Have I mentioned you're welcome to stop by any time?
Sebastian, a lost relic from a catacomb which requires a dark sacrifice.
I know how it sounds, but if this can help you, it's worth the risk.
Does Ominous know about this?
He helped find the scriptorium where we discovered Slytherin's spellbook.
Very well. If Ominous will be there, I'll meet you. We don't have much time. Solomon wants to leave Feldcroft.
What? Leave? Never mind. You need to stall him. Buy us time, Anne. Please.
I shall do my best. I'll be in touch.
Solomon can't take Anne from Feldcroft. Where would they go? When would I see her?
Sebastian.
I can't believe my uncle wants to leave Feldcroft. Anne's going to stall him. She must. We need time.
Time? For what?
I've learned more about the relic. I cross-referenced Slytherin's spellbook with everything in the library on relics and dark sacrifices. That's when I realized something. I believe the relic will only work inside the catacomb.
We just need to get Anne to the catacomb and work out how to make a dark sacrifice.
Our biggest hurdle may be convincing Ominous. Anne will only give this a chance if he's on board.
And we have to keep all of this from your
maybe I do
uncle.
need that.
If he goes to the headmaster, we could be expelled.
Let me handle Ominous this time. As for my uncle,
you think that
he's
you're
not an
gonna
aura
win?
anymore. What he doesn't know, well, won't hurt us.
Good luck with Ominous.
I'm going down.
Until we meet again.
I shall let you know when the four of us should meet at the catacomb. Look for my owl.
Oh, yeah.
See you soon.
I don't know why I'm pushing him. It's like the funniest thing ever. Oh yeah, you think you can win with your bazooka? Think again. He's rocketing himself.
Blubenda. Who lived here, I wonder?
Alright, friend, after the battle, I need you to pause and we go through a step, okay? Is that after the battle? Escape pause. Oh, well, I guess make that jump first. After the slidey slide, okay? Right. There we go. There is no save option, so you're just going to have to just turn off the monitor. Quit the title screen won't save. That wasn't the save. Let's just quit the title screen. You have to go to the latest autosave, so hit continue. And then it goes off autosave. Like autosave places. You will always be in the safe spot because autosaves happen in the safe spot. Oh, same spot. Oh, okay.
It's the meditation spots, that's where it's safe.
Oh, okay, so
I have to get to one of those.
for a save. Okay. Well, that's why I said you could just pause and turn off monitor next time when we're at spots. Okay. you had your fruit? Do you want to like make like before next allotment of media you eat your fruit? No. Sure, I could say after this one, before the next one. I could be that flexible. Sounds like fireworks. The veil and the glory. So, because of the kind of hope we have, we speak with great freedom. We aren't like Moses. He put a veil over his face to stop the children of Israel from gazing at the end of what was being abolished. The difference is that their minds were hardened. You see, the same veil lies over the reading of the Old Covenant right up to this very day. It isn't taken away because it's in the Messiah that it is abolished. Yes, even to this day, whenever Moses is read, the veil lies upon their hearts. But whenever he turns back to the Lord, the veil is removed. Now, the Lord here means the Spirit. And where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is freedom. And all of us, without any veil on our faces, gaze at the glory of the Lord as in the mirror, and so are being changed into the same image, from glory to glory, just as you expect from the Lord, the Spirit. The story is told of a time when there was to be a total eclipse of the sun.
That means it's fast.
Huh?
That means it's fast.
The sun? Yeah. No, eclipse. Eclipse is when the moon is over the sun. Oh. The story is told of a time when there was to be a total eclipse of the sun. The newspaper and the radio and television stations repeatedly put out warnings. Because you're not supposed to look at the sun, and people thought when the moon was like, even when the moon was covering, it'll be safe to look at the sun. But still, it was not safe to stare at the sun.
No, if I stare at the sun, it'll be bad, but if it...
No, even with the moon over, because you're still seeing the lights. The heck? Oh, that's funny. I actually opened up the game called Eclipse when I was searching up Eclipse. Interesting. This is called Gatekeeper Eclipse. I see. Let me uninstall that game.
Why?
Yeah. There we go. Now let's look over at it. Solar. So you see here, you see the moon's over. So yeah. So you still have lights coming from the sun coming towards you, like very, very harmful. Well, some of these are actual pictures. is told. You okay? The story is told of it. The story is told of a time when there was to be a total eclipse of the sun. Newspapers and radio and television stations repeatedly put out warnings, reminding people that they should not attempt to look directly at the sun. Even ordinary sunglasses will not protect you if you try to do that. You should always look through thick, darkened glasses. Shops that sold the right protective glass did a brisk trade. The warnings kept coming. Finally, a lady wrote to one of the national newspapers about it. If this eclipse was so dangerous, she said, why were we having one in the first place? No doubt politicians and those who organize mass entertainments would love to be able to lay... No doubt politicians and those who organize mass entertainments would love to be able to lay on something so spectacular as an eclipse. Fortunately, the really astonishing thing in our world remain firmly outside our control. But the idea of protective screens that can stop you being hurt by looking at something too bright, too glorious is central here. Moses, as we saw in the previous passage, had to put a veil over his face to stop the children of Israel gazing at the shining glory which is coming from it as a result of his having been with God and even glimpsed God, albeit from behind. We go into an art gallery and look at pictures of Moses painted a few hundred years ago. You may see that he has little horns on his head. That's because the Latin word for veiled is very like the Latin word for horns, and people who read the Bible in Latin became confused and thought it was saying that Moses had horns on his head. Oh, that's interesting. Did you know that? So the Latin word for veil it's very like the Latin word for horns. And so people who read the Bible in Latin became confused and thought it was saying that Moses had horns on his head. Yeah. The Israelites had to be prevented from looking at the glory. The point Paul is making is that his ministry, his work as an apostle, isn't like that. When he is at work, everyone must see the glory. What he wants to stress in particular is that because of the difference between his work and Moses' work, he must use great freedom or boldness when he speaks. He mustn't hide the real message. He is under obligation to speak it out boldly and clearly, not masking it with clever tricks of speech. The Corinthians, we may assume, had criticized him for his blunt, clear, no-nonsense teaching. They would have preferred something more oblique. Is that how you say it? Oblique? Oblique?
Oblique.
Oblique. The Corinthians, we may assume, had criticized him for his blunt, clear, no-nonsense teaching. They would have preferred something more oblique, more fashionable, something less dazzling and inescapable, something less demanding. No, Paul declares, because we have this hope. He hasn't mentioned hope in so many words in the passage before this, but the whole point of what he's been saying is that the new covenant is the guarantee of life that will last forever. We have to speak boldly and plainly, and the reason for this is because of the work of the Spirit. Where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is freedom. But how he gets to that point is the real interesting bit. We can easily assume, as we read this passage, that he's simply drawing a contrast between Moses and himself. We might guess in advance of reading what he actually says, that he might be going to say that Moses has a rather second-rate ministry, whereas he, Paul, has a better one. He might be going to say that Moses doesn't have the same sort of glory that he, Paul, has. But wait a minute. The whole point was that Moses did have the glory. That was the problem. Moses had gazed upon God, and now his face was shining as a result. Are you ready for clincher? The problem wasn't with Moses. The problem was with everybody else, the great majority of the Israelites. As Paul insists in Romans 7, the problem wasn't with Moses and the law. The problem was, so to speak, with the raw material the law had to work with. That is, with the hard hearts of the people. So Paul takes the biblical picture of Moses and his veil and develops it 2 stages further. First, he says that since the problem which caused Moses to wear a veil in the first place was the state of heart of the people, we can see that the veil still lies over the law itself, the Old Covenant, when it is read in the synagogue. Ready? In other words, the law really would reveal God's glory. It really would point forward, like a great story in search of an ending to the coming of the Messiah. But for those whose hearts are not ready for it, it is veiled. Second, therefore, is as though the veil lies not just over the law when it's read, but over their actual hearts. Paul is not, of course, thinking of Jewish people as though he wasn't one himself. He is describing the person he once was, unable to see or even imagine that the crucified Jesus of Nazareth could be God's Messiah, the one in whom Israel's hope and destiny found its fulfillment, the one in whom God said yes to all the old promises. He looks with sorrow, as he does in Romans, at his fellow Jews and longs that the veil should be removed. But how can it be removed? Paul is still thinking of Exodus 34 and the story of Moses and the veil. The time Moses takes off the veil is where he goes back into the tabernacle, into the presence of the Lord. Ready for clincher? The veil was needed because the people's hearts were hard, but you don't need a veil when face to face with the Lord. So Paul takes Exodus 34:34. Whenever he turns back to the Lord, the veil is removed, and quotes it with a wider meaning. Now, whenever anyone turns to the Lord, the word turn here could mean convert or repent. The veil is removed. We should note the implication that when someone turns to the Lord, they will be able to understand the true meaning of the Bible. Paul, remember, is explaining the nature of his own ministry. It is a ministry without a veil, without any cloak of secrecy or rhetorical trickery. It is a ministry of boldness, freedom of speech, because both he and his hearers are people who have turned to the Lord, and whose hearts are therefore no longer hard. You don't need the protective screening, he says. You don't any longer need to look at the glory through a thick, dark glass. The veil is removed. But how can Paul make this text in Exodus refer to the relationship he has with his hearers? Because he says the Lord in this text can be seen as a reference to the Spirit, the sovereign one who softens hearts and changes lives, who brings new life in the present and guarantees it for the future. And this leads Paul to the most astonishing claim of the whole chapter. When he looks at a congregation, and when they look at him, and when they look at one another, everybody is looking at somebody else in whose heart and life the Spirit. Ready for clincher? Okay. So when he looks at a congregation, and when they look at him, and when they look at one another, everybody is looking at somebody else in whose heart and life the Spirit, the Lord, has been at work to heal, to soften, to change, to give life. In other words, to give glory. Paul isn't talking about the way we gaze by faith on the face of the Lord. He isn't referring to the way we look at God or Jesus. He's talking. This, after all, is the point of the whole chapter, about the way we gaze at the life-giving Spirit in the faces of our fellow Christians. Think of it like this, adopting the illustration Paul himself uses in verse 18. When the sun rises in the morning, depending on what time of year it is, it often strikes the windows of one of my neighbors before it strikes me. And his window reflects it right into my house. I look at my neighbor's house and see the brightness of the sun. Yes, says Paul, we gaze at the glory of the Lord as in a mirror. But instead of being dazzled and needing to use a veil, we find ourselves, each one of us, being changed like Moses from one degree of glory to another because of the Lord, the Spirit at work within us. Of course, our faces don't normally shine the way that Moses did, though there are quite a few stories of Christian 90 years to whom that has happened. But Paul's whole point is that this glory is something you recognize by faith, and is something you certainly don't want to hide by clever speech. The task of an apostle, of any true minister of the Christian gospel, is to be an agent of this new and renewing covenant, and that will mean boldness, face-to-face, clear speech, and glory. So because of Jesus and we cling to him, we don't have to use fine language. We can speak boldly. We don't have to veil our speech about Jesus to one another. All right, friend, we can start.
Yeah, it seems like you always have to have sleep open.
go.
Wait,
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to close this because I'm not launching with this. Watch. It just, the page that goes right here, the EA thing, just closes. For some reason.
Hmm.
Watching that shit.
Give it a second. You just have to be
Patient.
Be patient, my friend. All right. Each our own sounds.
Hey.
Okay.
Skip, please. I want you to skip. Okay, wait a second. But it goes so much faster. You should.
Reminds me of the time I nearly fell out of a car at Ravenclaw. I was only young.
There could be goblin loyalists in here. Revelio. No sign of Lodgok out here. He must be inside already.
Nope.
It crashed.
Game crashed. Close.
Oh, you guys made a big mistake, yo. Get pushed. I'm learning how to dodge, Curry. Get out of here. Too OP for you guys. I know. Damn it! Damn it! Have fun.
Wonder if Ranrock and his crew are in there.
Zoom! See, like, if I press this and I press B, that saves my respawn.
There you go.
But
Nice.
if I'm not at one, then it won't save. So that's a problem. So like if I just leave in the middle open, it won't save. Yeah, box.
Revelio. Look at the size of this mine.
Something seems wrong.
This place is teeming with Ranrock's loyalists. I have to keep my wits about me. Petrificus Totalis. This cart ought to get me deeper into the mine. Just like Gringotts. But I'm in the driver's seat this time.
Something seems wrong.
How deep will this take me?
Ranrock's gonna be pleased with our progress.
Who was on that car?
Go! Join in the hand with its part, will ya?
That has to be the end up ahead.
Get out of here! Now I want.
Revelio.
just getting scared, boy.
Patricius Totalis.
Oh, yeah. Buddy.
Ooh, little moon car. One less human.
Oh, yeah, you think that you can win?
Incendio. Levioso. Descendo. Imperial. Confringo. Depulso. Revelio.
Aha. Buddy?
Revelio.
Yeah, you.
Patricius Totalis. Revelio. Incendio. Revelio.
I'm not gonna come here. Don't you run! Oh, I'm not.
Revelio. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa.
Oh, yeah, no! Get down! He took wild damage. Have fun. Whee! Oh, God.
Patricius Totalis. Confringo.
Pity. Not right. Was that your best? How nice of you to stop by.
Stupid.
How nice of you. Rather unwanted coming back this way.
Glacius. Confringo. Accio.
Oh, yeah, you take that.
Levioso. Descendo. Imperial. Confringo. Protego. Stupid.
Yeah, boy!
Expelliarmus! Glacier! Defender! Protego! Incendio! Leviosa! Imperio! Confringo! Rest easy, my lord. Revelio.
Oh yeah? We can back.
Incendio. Protego.
Oh god.
Accio.
Oh yep. That's when I died. Please spawn. Yes, thank you.
Accio. Glaciers.
Oh yeah? Good. My new
Revelio.
I got look at this. I can do both. And I get extra knockback, so I can just knock them off the edge and I'll be good. That's the benefit.
You with a nice mushroom stew about that.
Slimy!
Petrificus totalis.
Someone there?
Descendo. Confringo.
I can knock them into a wall and make them take damage.
Where does this one lead? Off the beaten path, I suspect.
Take this!
These devices run on steam power. Incendio.
Oh. You don't understand. Yeah, well.
I hope I can get to Ranrock before Lodgok does.
Yeah!
Revelio.
Another drill is complete. The wizarding world will crumble.
No, just get knocked over the head.
I can end this right now. I have to destroy the drill and stop Ranrock's loyalists.
Somebody there? Hello?
Expelliarmus! Crucial. Flipendo! Protego! Stupid!
To be defeated by a vegetable! Station just not belonging back! I won't rest.
Expelliarmus!
I've been fighting since before you.
Defender! Accio! Protego! Incendio! felt that in London.
Oh! Come here, buddy!
Confringo! I have to find a way to stop that drill.
Oh! You wanna fight?
That is unfortunate. No matter, we will build another.
I found this one lurking outside.
Lord Gok, come to make amends, little brother.
I came to stop this.
What is this you've brought me? It cannot be. All this time, you knew where it was.
I can't look right now.
Are you all right?
I'll never understand you, Lord Gok. So gullible. That witch did not consider you an equal. She, like all wizard kind, sought only to use you.
You're wrong, Ranrock.
The young ones are especially deceitful. They are taught to hide their disgust for us, as they exploit us.
Astonishing that our ancestors ever trusted each other.
All this time, looking everywhere for the final repository, searching in vain for Bragbor's last journal. Wasted my time, chasing a child. And my little brother knew where it was all along. But now, I don't need you. I don't need any of you.
I was bringing it to you.
You are a traitor to our kind!
No! Avada Kedavra!
Poor Lord Gok. Dead by his brother's hand. No wonder he tried so hard to reason with him.
What's up? You want to share something with me? Yeah, those cutscenes are unpausable.
Now to get out of this blasted place.
You know how I got distracted by all the side stuff? Yeah. It's like I don't even care about the side stuff anymore.
To meet me in the map chamber. He and the Keepers need to know Ranrock has that journal and knows where the final repository is.
No, you shall not see your food.
You shall not pass.
Oi, pass that fire whiskey over here. You have to learn.
Alright, that works.
I hope Professor Fig got my owl. I need to tell him and the Keepers that Ranrock knows where the last repository is.
According to the owl I received, Ranrock is moving more quickly than we could have anticipated.
This is grave news indeed. We had hoped for more time to discuss the best path forward.
Let us hear what the student has to say.
Professor, you received my owl. Ranrock has the last of Bragbor's journals. He killed Lodgok to get it. He knows where the last repository is.
Godric's heart.
Lodgok and Ranrock were brothers. Lodgok was bringing the journal to me.
Ranrock is a monster. We need to know where the final repository is.
Surely this changes things. Ranrock has Bragbor's journals and knows where the final repository is.
We obliviated Bragbor. He kept journals? Why would he have documented all of this? He didn't know what we were containing.
Isadora told Bragbor about the magic when she asked him to build a container for her. I've seen her memories.
Isadora left memories for someone to find? You know what she did?
Her memories showed what she did for her father, which I also saw in Professor Rookwood's pensive, and a conversation with Bragbor in which she expressed frustration about the limits being placed on her use of ancient magic.
Based upon the memories they have seen, I believe our young friend is well aware of the grave circumstances in which we find ourselves. The next trial will involve an exceptional level of magical skill and a nuanced ability to interact with beasts. Find a face of stone and tendrils. I should advise you that you must engage with any beast that is part of the trial on your own. Professor Bakar will meet you in his pensive room.
An exceptional level of magical skill? Nuanced ability to interact with beasts? I suppose we should begin our search for a face of stone and tendrils, whatever that may be.
Very well.
Professor Weasley has been keeping an eye on me. Perhaps we should meet there, so she has no reason to raise concerns with Professor Black. I shall see you near the coast. Perhaps then you can tell me a little more about the memories of Isadora that you witnessed.
What am I supposed to do?
News to share.
Oh gosh. I'm doing backpack tour here. Oh. Oh gosh. Oh no 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 no. Hey, get up, Bubba. Okay.
Look at that. That's fun.
How nice to see you, my young friend.
Can't trust the young. I think we can.
Is everything all right?
Oh, bless you. Oh, thank you for asking. I'm Betty. Betty Bugbrook. And no, everything is not all right. It's my dear friend Hazel. She's in trouble.
Hazel?
Yes. Oh, she's a unicorn. Known her for years. She doesn't like to leave the forest, so I visit her once a week to brush out her mane and bring her some treats. Her coat is glorious. Well, the last time I saw her, we were violently attacked by a pack of wolves. Hazel, loyal friend that she is, leapt in front to protect me, and in the process, I fear she may have been injured.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I want to help her, but she seems to have gone into hiding. Out of fear, I'd imagine. I know you Hogwarts students learn a fair bit about caring for beasts. Perhaps Perhaps you could find my unicorn friend and get her somewhere safe so that she can heal.
I'll keep an eye out for your unicorn friend and take her to safety if I see her.
Oh, you've a good soul. I can always tell. Please, don't risk your own safety, though. I don't know precisely where she is, but I can tell you that her den is north of Hogsmeade. And although I haven't been able to brush her lately, I imagine she still has the brightest, most beautiful coat of her entire hair.
Get up, Wobble!
Remember? By her brilliant coat. Oh, and be warned, she's a stubborn girl. She may need some convincing to come with you.
I need to look for a unicorn with a beautifully bright coat. It sounds as if she's in trouble.
Oh, did you want to watch?
Yeah.
I don't mind.
Come in. Sorry if there's a smell. New batch of toad-hide.
Okay.
You could never go wrong with those. Good choice, I'd say.
Oh, yeah? Okay, yeah, I sabotaged.
I'll not mind seeing you here again. Consider yourself welcome. You could never go wrong with those. Good choice, I'd say.
Not much of the dark arts that frightens me.
Did you find
I need to look for a unicorn with a beautifully bright coat. It sounds as if she's in trouble.
Okay. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay.
I suspect you have a sharp eye for fashion.
Don't know what I'm doing. Yes, I'm doing it. It's actually kind of cool.
Bye whenever you're about.
I should imagine you can't.
Can't tell why.
You haven't had mushroom stew like what my mother used to make. Oh, like heads of lettuce, those mushrooms.
Revelio.
I'm back.
Can't tell why. Very nice. Buddy. trying to upgrade it. Damn it. I meant to try something. Pretty easy, actually. Oh! Yo! Stop. I'm gonna make it fast. Now that's what I'm talking about. I pick orange. I like orange, okay? Good, I can just kind of good, right?
Hmm.
Whee!
I should investigate.
Hey, Houston.
Hey,
How you, friend?
how's your day going?
Not bad. Not bad at all. Just, I think I'm kind of done. Like, I'm just playing Hogwarts now just to beat it. Like, the lure of it has been lost.
What happened?
You know, what's crazy is it's like a huge land. But once you've like done everything so many times, it starts feeling pretty empty.
So the Ubisoft burnout. It is wide as an ocean, but deep as a puddle.
Yeah, it's like you could only fight the same kind of like either you fight a goblin variant, a dark wizard variant, or a troll variant.
It's a variant on the variant. Woo. Yeah,
But-
that sounds very much like. Yeah, that's the issue with a lot of open worlds is like the unique stuff in them is few and far between.
Yeah, it's like the last trial I did, I literally fought the same boss that I fought in the previous trial. It was just a little bit harder, but it had the same mechanisms.
Anne's worried. She said Sebastian promised her that
Literally
I
the
would be
reason
there
why
if she
you
went to meet
don't
him in the
like
catacomb.
the chaos.
But now he's
mechanic
asking her to
on
join him
Cantina or
immediately and to come alone.
Raider Rifts.
She says he doesn't sound himself.
Diablo.
Meet us at the catacomb as soon as you can.
Sorry, 1 second.
I
NPC
hope
started
that my
talking when
quills
you
convey
start
my
talking.
message clearly.
All right, what do you say?
Literally the type of mechanic that you dislike from Diablo and Borderlands.
Yeah. There we go. So yeah, I mean, yeah.
If I'm
Now,
safe to
like,
explore in there.
all I'm doing now is just there's like a couple
Sebastian has
like
gone
missions
too
to like
far.
give me spells.
You saw
Cool.
what lies in the
But like I'm
catacomb.
done doing side missions. I'm done.
here.
I'm done with.
Wait, Anne, please.
Ominous.
Just focus on my
He
story.
was willing to put the whole hamlet and himself in danger on the chance that some old relic could help to heal me. I'm sorry,
Then we
Ominous.
climb.
Make sure he's all right,
Don't be
will
too
you?
I'm glad you're here. I received your owl. Where's Sebastian? Inside the catacomb. Frankly, I was surprised you weren't with him. Ominous. Stop. You swore you wouldn't let Sebastian take this one step further. Yet here we are.
Gorilla man.
It's my fault. I was wrong. I thought he'd stop. I should have stopped him before. Sebastian's in real trouble now. I'm going back into the catacomb to find him. Anne's right. He and the entire hamlet are in danger.
The place is crawling with Inferi.
Inferi? What are you talking about?
You'll see. We need to hurry. Sebastian must not be in his right mind.
Gorilla soldier! Look at it, the gorilla.
It's a Wookiee, technically.
The gorilla. I like my lightsaber. My bad.
Last time we were here, this place was crawling with spiders.
Oh.
We're about to face worse. Let's find Sebastian quickly.
Where was Sebastian when you and Anne found him?
Just ahead, in the Great Room.
I'm scared. Sure, I can even show them.
Levioso, Descendo, Imperio, Confringo. Levioso.
Beep beep. There we go.
Like every day, you're like refilling on like millions of snacks. Crazy.
All right.
Not millions, but like tons.
Like me to start?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna start. 2 Corinthians chapter 4, verse 1 through 6. Light out of darkness. This is the word of the Lord. For this reason, since we have this work entrusted to us in accordance with the mercy we have received, we don't lose heart. On the contrary, we have renounced the secret things that make people ashamed. We don't use tricks. We don't falsify God's word. Rather, we speak the truth openly and recommend ourselves to everybody's conscience in the presence of God. All right. So you're saying you like one?
Huh?
Are you saying you like one of those cookies?
Yeah. Cool. After this, I'm not gonna get some food. Once we're done with eating some, I might be right back. I'll be back in a bit, actually.
Hey, sweet Q.
Hey.
I got some fresh bagels in the kitchen if you want one.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Waffle. It's a
Yeah.
waffle. A bagel's not a waffle. I mean, a waffle's not a bagel corn. You guys have jelly then?
Yeah, we have jelly.
Oh. Actually super good.
They're really good.
Okay, ready.
Hey, sweet Q. For this reason, since we have this work entrusted to us in accordance with the mercy we have received, we don't lose heart. On the contrary, we have renounced the secret things that make people ashamed. We don't use tricks. We don't falsify God's word. Rather, we speak the truth openly and recommend ourselves to everybody's conscience in the presence of God. They're kosher treats for an Ethan.
Ooh, they're yummy. They're yummy.
I need you. It's cold out here, so I need you to cover up. Cover up. We're going to be in here. All right.
Oh, it's so good. I won't have another one, but I can't. Honestly, if I could eat one treat, it would be that, but I would eat a whole bag.
Hey, love. I need you to have a plan with Bailey when she comes in here, okay?
I think I broke it.
Oh, okay. Well, for her, whenever she comes in here, you know her true intentions are. I need you to work that with Mom. Go ask Mom. Nope. All right, Dad's going to continue reading. All right. However, if our gospel still remains veiled, it is veiled for people who are perishing.
muted yourself.
No, I did. You're right. However, if our gospel still remains veiled, it is veiled for people who are perishing. What's happening there is that the God of this world has blinded the minds of unbelievers so that they won't see the light of the gospel of the glory of the Messiah, who is God's image. We don't proclaim ourselves, you see, but Jesus the Messiah as Lord, and ourselves as your servants because of Jesus. Because the God who said, "Let light shine out of darkness," has shone in our hearts to produce the light of the knowledge of the glory of God in the face of Jesus the Messiah. Commentary.
And now guys screaming. Damn it!
I walked into the smart office, slightly early for my appointment. The porter at the front door handed me on to an assistant. Hey, Jason? I walked into the smart office, slightly early for my appointment. The porter at the front door handed me on to an assistant, who walked with me up 2 grand flights of stairs and through an opposing door. It was a long time since I had met the woman who was now at the head of the organization, and I wasn't even sure I would recognize her. As we came through the door, a well-dressed woman of about the right age got up and walked towards us with a smile and an outstretched hand. Well, I thought my memory wasn't too bad. She wasn't exactly as I remembered, but not all that far off. We shook hands. "How very good to see you again," I said. She looked at me with a slight surprise, and then walked back across the room to an inner door, tapped gently on it, and opened it. There in the inner room sat the woman I had come to see. She hadn't changed a bit. I had mistaken a personal assistant for the head of the organization. Paul is very concerned that the Corinthians might have supposed he regarded himself as the head of the organization. He is simply a servant, a porter, a secretary, an assistant. He is merely someone who introduced people to the top man. He is one of the Messiah's office staff. Verse 5 says it all. We don't proclaim ourselves, but Jesus, the Messiah, as Lord. We have to introduce people to him, not to keep them in the outer office as though we don't proclaim ourselves, but Jesus, the Messiah, as Lord. We have to introduce people to him, not to keep them in the outer office as though we ourselves were the people they should get to know. In fact, if we even begin to do that, we would be disloyal to our commission. So ready for clincher? Yeah. Our job is to make Jesus known, and then to keep out of the way, to make sure we don't get in the light.
Like food GPO.
Because light is what this is all about. Paul may here be hinting at the moment at which, as he was filled with angry enthusiasm to persecute the young church, he was knocked to the ground by a blinding light that flashed from heaven, in which he saw the risen Jesus in all his glory. His life was transformed by that meeting, not just by the experience itself, but by what he realized it meant. If Jesus was risen from the dead, he really was the Messiah. If he was the Messiah, he was the one in whom all God's purposes had come true. He was, in fact, God's Son, God's image, God's new light. And in fact, he was the agent of God's new creation. The light that blinded Paul on the road to Damascus, the light that suddenly shone in people's hearts when he went around the world announcing the gospel of Jesus, was like the light at the very beginning, at the creation of the world. Let there be light, commanded the Creator God. And there was light. A light which, as John says, shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not been able to put it out. With Jesus, God's new world comes into being. The gospel isn't about a different God, someone other than the world's original creator. Ready for another glitcher? But about the same creator God bringing new life and light to his world, the world where death and darkness have made their home and usurped his role. Paul summarizes God's command in Genesis 1 in order to say, what happened to me that day, what happened to you when you believed, and what happens whenever anyone turns to the Lord is a moment of new creation. That is how Paul has come to believe that Jesus the Messiah is the one who reflects the living God himself. Only the living God can shine the light of new creation. And when you look at Jesus, as Paul had, face to face, you realize that you are looking at God's own glory. That gives you knowledge. Knowledge of the innermost secrets of the universe and God's saving plan for it. And in that knowledge, there is more than enough light to see the way through the dark world. All of that is contained in the remarkable statement in verse 6. This helps us to understand Paul's extraordinary confidence in verses 1 and 2. Another clincher, you ready? If you really believe that God has revealed himself like this in and through Jesus and has entrusted you with the task of announcing this good news in the world, then you won't need to use the tricks of rhetoric. You won't need to play fast and loose either with the Bible itself or with the gospel message. You'll simply need to speak it out, openly and unafraid.
No, if you put an M at the beginning of loose,
It is not, after all, a message from a God that nobody has any idea of. It is a message from the Creator God, the one in whose image all human beings were made, the one of whom every human being is at least dimly aware. Everybody has a conscience to which this message will make its appeal, like a message from an almost forgotten relative, awakening memories and hopes. But not everybody reacts like this, as Paul himself knew only too well. Yes, he says, because the veil doesn't just apply to Jewish people as he himself had been. It applies to people of all sorts. Tragically, there are many who remain blinded, veiled by the God of this world. That is one of Paul's ways of referring to the dark power, the Satan, who opposes God's light and truth. Of course, Paul knew that, as in his own case. So in many others, the gospel could and did pierce the veil. But this is his way of making sure he doesn't fall into the trap of saying, on the one hand, that people who become Christians do so because they happen to have chosen one religious option among many, or on the other, that the gospel of Jesus has no contact with the minds of ordinary people. It isn't so much that the gospel comes to people as a strange alien invasion, forcing them into a mold for which they were not made. The strange alien invasion is the one perpetrated by the God of this world, who stops people from seeing the healing and life-giving light of the gospel. This passage then is central to Paul's view of his own job description. The Messiah is the full, true reflection of the one Creator God in whose image all humans were made. To announce him is not to do something strange or outlandish, but to reveal the truth in the light that all people, however dimly, ought to recognize. Let nobody suppose that Paul is that light or that truth. He doesn't go around talking about himself. He talks about Jesus. I love that analogy it used.
Yeah.
So Jesus is like the big CEO. Yeah. And we're just the office staff that are bringing people in to see Jesus, to hear about Jesus.
Yeah.
All right, we can start.
But I say, why aren't you playing, Jason? You're eating.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, unless...
Jelly sticky.
Yeah. Jelly belly beans. Beans! What?
Beans. The way I said it, though.
More like jeans.
Beans and jeans. Jelly belly. Jelly welly belly. Charlie.
Alright.
When I'm done eating, do you want to play Dungeons Avengers?
Special offers.
Please?
No.
Why?
Wait, what did you say?
Dungeons Avengers?
I'm very interested in this game.
This is why you play them.
It's actually like the funnest game I ever played. It is.
You're picking. Some people don't even like Star Wars.
Man, I don't like Star Wars a lot. Like, I'm just not interested, but in video games, damn, I'm a lot interested.
Honestly, Roblox is better in my opinion.
How dare you? Steam games are a lot better than Roblox. Unless they're like 2D, then they're so bad.
Man, so much fun dying. Best game ever, right?
The Forest.
I love jumping off cliffs. It's the best part of this game, right?
You want down?
I go up.
Pick it up.
Huh?
Hey, Jason.
Yeah?
Can you close the screen door when you come in so that there's no chance of her getting out?
Yeah.
Thank you.
How do I get up here? Can I climb? Let me climb!
You have to hold it, Charlie. Hold it.
No, I just lifted up, Sweet Q. Look, right here.
Okay.
That's what you need to grab.
Yeah, I know. I played this.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that, man.
Like that. Almonds.
Whoa.
Sunflower seeds.
That's what's in there. There's wall climbing stuff.
There's no more. There's the parsnips right here. Oh, these are plantains. These are plantain tips. You want them?
Oh. Climbing stuff.
Thanks for the help, Jason. I didn't know how to get up here at all. Wow, it's the sun. I'm going to go to.
They're too hard.
Cut.
Yep. And then it makes you zip line down.
But I said, you know, cut my head
Not
off.
a zip line. You can like climb up it.
Oh.
That's how you're gonna get back up next time. So it's not
The
so
heck?
long.
Why is there no sound?
I was about to say.
Oh, I can pick this.
Huh.
Right here. Oh. I won.
Interesting.
Mister, can you let me get up?
No, barrier. You go down.
Houston?
Oh.
Houston?
Sorry, what?
Okay, I can hear you. All right. Let me. For some reason, I can't hear the game. So I was seeing if what's working, not working. I could hear you, so I'm gonna restart the game.
Don't throw poison at me. That's what you get. Oh.
Okay, that's cool.
Break all the parts. I just touch it and I break it.
Hey, Sweet Q, please don't mess with that.
Don't know what that was. Maybe a new boss. Okay, but that's just a waste. Totally forgot I could do that. Oh.
That is weird. Why is Hogwarts Legacy not doing any sound? I could hear. Oh, I did mute it. I'm a silly goose.
I wonder why. Oh wait, I muted it.
You can. They don't want to make it that.
I get that though. Like sometimes you mute something and you're like, why isn't it working?
No, wait,
And then you remember you muted it previously.
That's actually not it. No, this is what.
I've done that a couple times with a couple games.
It's good for travel.
The caverns below Hogwarts, where you fought Isadora. Is that the location of the final repository?
It is. You see, we could not destroy the strands of emotion Isadora had stolen from so many. So we did all that we could to keep them safe. We also realized that until they could be destroyed, the magic used to create them was a danger to wizard kind. Hence, we became keepers. Keepers of an unfathomable secret. We knew that someday, one with the ability to see traces of ancient magic might be seduced by its power. We built the trials to lead that person to us, to allow them to prove themselves worthy of the knowledge we'd kept hidden and the responsibility that accompanies it.
Have I not proven myself, Professor? I need to get to that repository before Ranrock does.
You have, and you will. But the repository is protected by powerful ancient magic. To enter, you must craft a special wand from the 4 artifacts you found above our pensives.
So the repository is safe from Ranrock for now?
If he is, as you suspect, capable of using the power of the other repository, I fear he will be able to breach our defenses.
And I must go now and craft this wand. Perhaps Mr. Ollivander will help me.
Another Ollivander? I'm not surprised. As I am sure he will tell you, this wand may be used for only one purpose. Return with the wand, and we will open the way forward.
I shall send an owl ahead to Ollivander. Whilst you visit him, I'll reach out to Professor Weasley.
Professor Weasley?
Yes. I may have made an error in judgment by not informing her of Ranrock's intentions earlier. I only hope it's not too late. If Ranrock really is going to try to drill below Hogwarts, we'll need all the help we can get.
All right, Professor. I'll see you soon.
That was easy. I'll continue trespassing. I don't even care.
All right.
Oh. In this way.
Meh. Max things up. Actually,
I learned to kick a building.
you know how in those open world games where they get stronger, you have to keep doing the same little like mini game that just gets very easy.
Yeah.
That stuff just kills me.
I need to look for a unicorn with a beautifully bright
You've
coat.
done that too much.
It sounds as if
You
she's in
don't
trouble.
want to anymore. No more ARPGs or anything. You are done with that. Or if you're not, it requires a very special one.
It's like I would rather have the challenge.
Come in.
Sorry,
I'm
there's a
not
smell.
having all the
New
high
batch of
level
toad
stuff upgraded.
You could never go wrong with those. Good choice, I'd
So
say.
that there could be some challenge at the very end battle.
I need to look for a unicorn with a beautifully bright coat. It sounds as if she's in trouble.
You won't be disappointed. That's a Gladrax promise. I suspect you have a sharp eye for fashion.
So yeah, once you're done with Hogwarts, what do you think you're gonna play next?
Oh, no idea.
Baldur's Gate 3?
Stop by whenever
Well,
you're about.
I can't do that around Brohim.
True.
You won't be disappointed. That's a Gladrax promise. I suspect you have a sharp eye.
Alright.
Be sure to stop by whenever you're
I
about.
think I'm like going to be in the last bit very soon. Let me just now upgrade all my stuff with what I
I
have.
suspect you have a sharp eye for fashion. Be sure to stop by whenever you're about.
Alright. Hogwarts map. Requirements. Enchant upgrade as much as I can. Traits. Sweet, I have enough.
Yeah, I'm dead. Yeah, I Respawn? Yes.
Alright. There we go. That's that. Alright, to the last steps. It's crazy just how wildly awesome this game felt at first, and then just took a nosedive.
It went past its honeymoon period.
There's Ollivander's.
Where it's all fresh and
I hope
new.
he can help me craft the Keeper's Wand.
And then you got into the part where it is borderline filler. You entered the filler arc of it.
Hello, Mr. Ollivander. I wondered if you might be able to help me with something.
Good to see you, my young Ravenclaw friend. Allow me once again to express my family's gratitude. They were pleased to learn that the wand Richard Jackdaw disappeared with those many years ago had been located, even if it was somewhat unusable.
Glad to hear it.
Now, I received an owl from Eleazar, Professor Fig.
Like,
It
I
was
forgot to
a bit
strat.
cryptic. Said you need to have a
Use the
special
poison
wand
in the
crafted. that you'd bring me the materials.
Yes, sir.
So
I
that
have them here.
explains the
Oh, my.
Star Wars
How
on your
extraordinary.
account.
Remarkable
Explain
design. I will be honest, I have never crafted a wand in this fashion. Repaired broken wands, of course, but this is something else entirely. Keeping me on my toes, aren't you? I think I can work with what you've brought me. Let me see what I can do.
Bro, that was so annoying. I was looking, like, I was in front of eyes now, right? Screen, right? Screen's right behind me. Makes me look
It did make me laugh that I got a survey poll from Epic. Did the character was the character creation inclusive? That's literally what character creations are.
That's all they care about.
They haven't even played it. They just ask, is it inclusive? We've been hearing things.
I should warn you, I've never seen a wand like this before. My suspicion, as Professor Fig implied in his letter, is that it serves a unique purpose. I doubt you shall find much use for it otherwise.
I understand. Thank you,
Second
sir.
cutscene.
I'm afraid you're on your own. I've ensured that we have a moment to ourselves. Oh, come, come. No need for such theatrics. In light of what Ranrock now knows, you must agree that our interests are aligned.
Our interests will never be aligned.
You would let goblins take what is rightfully ours? The final repository belongs to wizard kind. We would be fools not to work together. What's that you've got there? Might this sudden visit to the Wand Maker have something to do with our mutual pursuit?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
That repository is my birthright!
Charles Rookwood wouldn't have wanted you near it.
The arrogance. Should have known better than to try and reason with a child. I've always said, children should be seen and not
Well, I can say at least
heard.
Call of Duty hasn't been crashing nearly as much as it did used to. Thinking about it. And I can say that because I've noticed I haven't been complaining about it. Which means they must have fixed it somewhat.
It's like this game never crashed on me until recently. It's probably because I did all the fixes. It's probably because I did all the fixes and I just then the patches came out and then like the fixes, my fixes don't work with the patches.
You're gonna regret coming.
No, darn it.
We can quick, yes.
Instead of doing it, Surge.
Darn it, I'm not.
Hold out forever.
You should never have come here.
Come on, too afraid to fight back?
Never did so much for
You've made a grave.
Expelliarmus! Crucible! Glacius! Defender!
like the blade lightsaber. Nice.
Jason!
Defender! Accio! Incendio! Levioso! Descendo!
What have you done?
Imperio!
Release me!
Right hand! Arresto momentum.
Petrificus Titanic!
Expelliarmus! Crucible! Defender! Stupio! Bombarda! Glacius! Potato! Accio! Incendio! Levioso! Descendo! Confringo! Capolso! Arresto momentum. Expelliarmus! Crucible! Benito.
Quite conductive, aren't we?
Incendio. Accio. Incendio. Levioso. Potato. Don't recommend trying. Descendo. Imperio. Confringo. Repulsor.
Expulsor.
Crucio. Bombarda. Glacier. Defender. Accio. Levioso. Descendo. Confringo.
You died for that.
Depulso. Arresto.
I don't know.
That's just the beginning.
Expelliarmus. Crucio. Bombarda.
More waves?
I'll make you wish you were back at the
Never ending.
Accio. Incendio. Stupid. Levioso.
Are you sure you didn't be going for the
Imperial.
whatever? There is one.
Oh, darn it. What are you saying, Houston?
Hopefully you didn't actually get into the infinite wave thing if there is one.
No, yeah, I don't think there is one.
I don't think this is possible.
Trouble's brewing when I'm without my friends. Expelliarmus.
Another physical beast.
Defender. Bombarda. Alarm to the Glacius. Defender. Accio. Potato. Stupid one. Too slow. Incendio. Incendio. Descendo. You know that. Confringo. Arresto momentum. Incendio.
Oh, try not to make this too
Expelliarmus. Incendio. Glacius.
Yes?
Now, this is the true license.
Okay.
Black and silver. Now that's not right.
Expulso!
Potato.
Pay for your deed.
Levioso. Descendo.
Now, this has become...
Imperial.
You come to the wrong
Confringo.
child.
Capolso. Arresto momentum. Expelliarmus. Crucio. Defender. Bombarda. Glacius. Defender. Accio. Incendio. Levioso. Descendo. Confringo. Potato.
You'll feel that.
Descender. Imperial.
You should have joined me.
momentum. Expelliarmus. Crucio. Flipendo. Incendio. Glacier. Defendo. Stupefy. Accio.
Get to face being me over.
Levioso. Descendo. Imperio. Benito. Flipendo.
That's the best you can do. Must be it.
Stupefy. Expelliarmus. Bombard. Accio. Incendio. Glacier. Stupefy.
A lamb to the slaughter.
Accio. Incendio. Levioso. Stupefy. Descendo. Capulso.
What the heck? I said.
Expelliarmus. Expelliarmus. Crucio. Flipendo. Stupefy. Bombarda. What are you focused on? Stupefy.
You got what you
I can't help you, dude. I haven't really played that game.
Nobody. Expelliarmus.
What's this? A lamb to the Incendio. How delightful. You can't hold out forever.
Accio. Incendio. Stupefy.
Incendio. You won't not
Levioso. Descendo.
I'm just
Imperial.
Stupefy. You afraid to fight?
Arresto momentum.
I'm not Incendio. How delightful.
Depulso.
Knew you would do
I'll have taken your life before you even realize
Depulso.
you've gone.
Arresto momentum. Expelliarmus.
I cross mine.
Flipendo. Glacier. Defendo. Accio. Incendio. Levioso. Descendo. Imperial. Confringo.
Expulso.
Depulso. Arresto momentum. Bombarda.
No matter how many of us you do.
Glacier. Defendo. Accio.
Expulso.
Levioso. Descendo. Confringo.
Expulso. Barely felt anything. Expulso.
You should have joined me.
We delayed the inevitable.
Levioso. Descendo.
Try to make
Imperial.
made a great
Stupefy. Depulso. Arresto momentum. Stupefy. Arresto momentum. Expelliarmus. Crucio.
I'll see you.
Flipendo. Glacier. Defendo. Incendio. Descendo.
I should
Go Stupefy. Confringo. Benite. Levioso. Imperial.
Might want to look up.
Confringo. Depulso.
Damn you.
Flipendo. Expelliarmus. Crucio. Bombarda.
Let's get this over.
Ah! How delightful!
Glacier.
No
Cinder. Potato.
my best work, I'll admit.
Leviosa. Descendo. Imperial. Confringo.
Back some more. You've made a goal.
Incendio. Arresto momentum. Expelliarmus. Crucial.
No more happy days for you.
Superfly. Bombarder.
You will pay for your How dare you! You cannot control me! You've made a grave mess of Incendio.
Expelliarmus.
Incendio!
Glacier. Accio. Incendio. Leviosa. Descendo. Imperial.
Never have come here.
Levioso! You after the bolt, Levioso!
Leviosa.
Would you like me to put you down?
Descendo.
Levioso!
Confringo.
Stop that!
This is not fun.
Leviosa. Descendo. Potato. Stupid. Imperial. Confringo. Stupid.
Death from above. Expulso.
Upon stone. Expelliarmus. Crucio. Flipendo. Bombarda. Glacier. Defendo. Incendio. Leviosa. Descendo. Confringo.
You should have joined me. Abracadabra! Well done for a child.
Leviosa. Descendo. Imperial. Confringo. Come on. Stupid.
I never did.
Potato.
Nice try!
Flipendo. Expelliarmus. What? Bombarda. Flipendo. Glacier. Accio. Leviosa. Descendo.
To your knees.
Descendo.
Good period. Your life is here.
Potato. Expelliarmus.
I didn't teach you that at all.
Expelliarmus.
I'm not done with you.
Glacier. Defender. Accio. Stupid. Incendio. Levioso. Descendo. Stupid. You're weakened. Imperial. Confringo.
Expulso.
Descendo.
Expulso.
Depulso. Glaciers. Defender. Accio. Incendio. Levioso. Stupefy. Descendo. Confringo.
You're no match for me.
Petrificus totalis!
I'm just warming up. To your knees. Inspiration.
Depulso. Arresto momentum.
The darkness will swallow you up!
Expelliarmus.
Expulsos.
Finite.
Beginner's luck.
Expelliarmus. Glacier.
Not
Petrificus totalis!
quite
Finite.
productive, aren't we?
Petrificus totalis! What? What are you doing now?
Glacier.
Expulso.
Confringo.
Petrificus totalis! Petrificus totalis! Petrificus totalis!
Petrificus totalis! Petrificus totalis! Petrificus totalis! Petrificus! Abominable!
We delay the inevitable.
I'll make you wish you were faggots.
There you go. Come on. Stupid.
Oh, fine.
I can hear myself.
Will you hold still?
Confringo!
Think you're clever? Duel me yourself. Had enough?
Incendio! Oh, it's actually quite deep.
No. Turn that in first, did ya?
Afraid to face me? Knew you were still hanging about.
Potato!
Ha ha! Time to teach someone a lesson!
It's obviously beatable.
What is?
Oh, Star Wars game. He's just in a hard spot.
Potato. Revelio. I can't believe it. Rookwood's reign is finally over. I'll need to send an Alpha Natty right away. For now, though, I need to get back to the map chamber and tell Fig what happened.
No way! Yes! Yes! I don't know if this is possible. Even if I go
What does the other guy? What does that guy say? Who's right there?
talk.
What does he say?
He says nothing. That's so crazy. You finally actually did it.
Dink has some exciting news, dear.
It's not possible. It's not possible. It's not. People have not been.
Oh yeah, a lot of people have been. I have a lot of friends that be in the game.
Well, then how did I get past this first? It's not possible.
I don't know.
Look, even if I go sprint,
There's no double jump or anything.
no.
And the old man has never talked to you before.
Anything.
Has some exciting news to share.
Yep.
It's not possible. No.
Did you have to go that way? There's no other way to go?
Yeah.
It says blocked, so it's intentionally blocked. Doesn't look like you're supposed to go that way.
Deke has some exciting news to share.
Good. All right. All right, to the map chamber.
Hold on, I can print. I just send the print now. What does it do? Oh, that heals you. That's how you.
Victor Rookwood is dead. He confronted me as I left Ollivander's with the Keeper's wand.
No way to get back.
I had to defend myself.
Godric's heart. Are you all right? I know you're well able to defend yourself. I've seen it often enough. But Rookwood himself.
He destroyed so many lives and he wouldn't have stopped. I'm glad I was able to put an end to him.
You're right. He wouldn't have stopped. You did what you had to do. The wizarding community owes you a great debt.
Thank you for saying so, Professor. I'm ready for what's next.
All right, then. The Keepers have been waiting.
You have completed all of our trials, and you have done so under circumstances even I did not foresee. You understand now why all of this was necessary. The portkey, the vault, the locket, the book, the trials. To ensure that one with the ability you and I share would make the same choice that San, Neve, Charles, and I did.
Now that you have witnessed my memory, you understand all that is at stake. Not everyone is what they seem.
As you know, light does not exist without shadow, nor shadow without light. Simply because you can eliminate darkness does not always mean that you should.
Even the most well-meaning and competent amongst us cannot possibly know the consequences of manipulating what should be beyond our reach.
What lies in the repository must never be released. Resist the temptation to destroy or control it. The magic that you have so carefully honed must now be used only to protect the secret we keep. You have the wand. You will know when to wield it. We leave our legacy in your hands.
That must be the way to the repository. I should hope that the enchantments protecting the castle would protect against an incursion from below.
I fear they may not. Although, if they don't now, I can assure you they will in the future.
Were you able to reach Professor Weasley?
I was. Hopefully she and the others will arrive soon. They know where to find the door through which we entered. Damn the goblins.
Ravenclaw is here.
Let's go. If his loyalists are here, he cannot be far behind.
You and I have faced worse, Professor.
Yep. Yep. No. This is it.
Oh, you finished it?
We'll be
I'm almost.
pleased with our progress.
What?
Alright. It's time to pull up all the
We need to press on. Ranrock must be here somewhere.
This drill stands between us and him. We need to move it.
I shall handle it. One moment. Let's go.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm gonna fight Ranrock soon. You're throwing me.
This one's almost down.
Let's not travel that.
You will not take what is not yours.
One less human to worry about. Sort of a quick work of them. Let's get it.
I guess I use a stone potion. It literally makes my skin hard as stone. Oof.
Incendio, defender. Confringo. You're no match for us.
A dead end. Now what?
Professor, that wall, that's the way forward.
Very perceptive, my young friend.
Rebellion.
Let's go. Ranrock must be getting closer to finding the repository.
I fear you're right, Professor. There's nothing we can do but keep searching.
Listen, more goblins up ahead.
Leviosa, Descender, Imperium. Incendio. Leviosa. Descendo. Confringo.
Unforgiven!
Expelliarmus. Cruising. Bombard. You can't stop places. Confringo. Accio. Incendio.
These tunnels haven't brought us much luck so far.
We're getting closer, Professor. That way.
The goblins have somehow evaded the castle's defensive charms.
Steer them this way! We shall make quick work of them!
They got this.
We'll show these beasts who's in charge. Your timing couldn't be better, Professor Hackett.
Thank you, Professor.
Levioso, Descendo, Confringo.
I won't rest.
Arresto Levioso. Expelliarmus.
Let's get this over with.
There you go. Glacius. Accio. Incendio. Levioso.
I shall avenge your death.
Look out! Another troll! This one's worse than the last two! Stop him! Her body can die!
Now, Professor, aren't you going to leave some for the rest of us?
We couldn't be happier to see you, Professor Sharp.
This is where she's going to get hit.
That's our way forward.
Find a perfect block. Find facts by perfect block.
The one! Quickly!
Yo, I like your
We made it.
I'm relieved we got here before Ranrock.
I can't believe this is it. The repository has been under the castle for hundreds of years.
Think of all the pain that created it. This is what Miriam, George, your friend Lodgok, and countless others died for. Miriam believed this forgotten magic could be used for such good. But she did not know the risks. She did not see what the Keepers have shown you. What Isadora showed you. You are now the Keeper of whatever power it holds. What do you intend to do with it?
I have decided to open the repository. Its power cannot lie dormant for centuries more.
After everything you've seen, what about Isadora's fate?
Isadora knew she had a remarkable power to help people. I intend to use my ability to finish her work. Build upon it.
But this could go wrong in so many ways. You, of all wizard kind, are wholly aware of the potential cost.
I also know the promise, Professor. With all I have learned, I can avoid making the same mistakes Isadora did. I can learn to wield this magic for good.
The arrogance of wizard kind. Goblins built this repository. It belongs to us.
Enough, Ranrock. It was never yours.
I've been wanting to play with this.
Miriam's wand.
If she'd simply handed over the container, all of this could have been avoided. Foolish, self-important witch. Seems you were two of a kind. She didn't know when to give up either.
Alright, Char. I'll have to finish this tomorrow. Oh, immediately sailing's not available. Alright, Brohim. It's time for us. It's 5 o'clock.
I'm still
How long ago since your last save? Did you just recently saved? Alright. When you get to your next save, we'll go, okay? But make it quick.
It's feeding off the power from the repository. Spells are having no effects on the dragon. Protego, stupefy. Accio. That did the trick. You now, Ranrock.
There seems to be some fighting you up now. No. I shall rid you of it. Come and take your creature.
Stupefy. 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 You can't stop me. Accio, Protego. Accio. Two sources of power. Don't like that very much, do you? Glacius. Incendio. Glacius. Forever, Ranrock.
Give up now, and I might ensure that your death is swift.
There's nowhere to hide now, Ranrock. Protego. Places. Defender. Incendio. Confringo. Not so powerful now. Are you Ranrock? Oh God, it's done.
This cannot be happening. You will die.
Now, Ranrock. This ends here, Ranrock.
You think you can stop me?
Defender.
you guys safe? See you, Jason. It was good seeing you, my friend. Yeah, go ahead. You can help yourself to any of those you want. I guess I did finish the game tonight. I thought it was supposed to be tomorrow.
Thank you, Miriam. Forever.
Professor Eleazar Fig. I dare say he was a beloved professor to many of you, certainly a long-standing colleague to his peers. A famed adventurer and seeker of knowledge, he built a reputation charging into the unknown, brazenly disregarding both discretion and safety, providing perhaps a rather unfortunate lesson for us all. His devotion to adventure was rivaled only by his dedication to Hogwarts. And of course, to his wife, Midi, whom we lost much too soon as well. Yeah.
Professor Fig represented the best of all of us. He could be deviously clever, possessed a brilliantly inquisitive mind, and was the most loyal of friends. But perhaps it was his remarkable courage, for which we will all be forever indebted to him. If not for Professor Fig, well, I can say with confidence that if not for him, many of us, let alone Hogwarts, would not be here today. Those that knew him best will agree that we must now honor him as only Hogwarts can, by wisely, resourcefully, justly, and bravely facing all that lies ahead.
To Professor Fig!
Can't believe we lost Fig. I didn't know him as well as you did, but I know he was a good man. Glad Weasley spoke for him. She honored him well. Fig will be well remembered. I realized the same should be done for my uncle. I hope Anne agrees to see me.
Sebastian, I can't imagine what you and Anne are going through. Perhaps you'll hear from her soon.
I hope so. I'll let you know.
Sebastian, there's something you should know. It's to do with Victor Rookwood.
I heard a rumor that he confronted you outside of Ollivander's. Sounds as if you faced quite a fight.
The rumors are true, and I did. But it's not that. Just before Rookwood attacked, he uttered something familiar. The same words Anne heard before she was cursed. Children should be seen and not heard.
Wait. What are you saying?
It wasn't one of Ranrock's loyalists who cursed Anne. It was Rookwood. It was Rookwood all along.
This can't be. It was the Loyalists. It's always been them. The night Anne was cursed, all she saw were goblins.
Once Rookwood allied with Ranrock, Isadora's estate became of interest to them both. That's why Rookwood was there the night Anne was cursed. He was working with Ranrock. When he saw your sister, well, he didn't want anyone to know.
So he cursed her. And she's never been the same. So cruel. Rookwood deserved what he got. Thank you for telling me. It wasn't a goblin. I suppose I owe you an apology. All this time I thought goblins were the enemy. But it was never that simple. As for what happened in the catacomb, I've not stopped thinking about it. Perhaps we could meet soon. There's much I wish to say.
Meh. That's it. Meh. No more main quest. There's no more main story. This is all side now. And now you get, so you complete the story of Hogwarts Legacy in any of your school year. With your Alexander's Fast approach, now is a good time to review your field guide. Explore the world, finish your main related storylines, and side quests to complete your field guide as you see fit. There we go. I guess I'll save. Sure, let the cloud do whatever, backing up. And then I'll delete it. A time-honored tradition. Right, Justin? Once you beat a game, you delete it. Are you still there, Houston? Must not be. Oh, he left. All right. You ready for this? Let me first hit manage and upload. Upload a cloud.
No, delete it.
All right. Last battle wasn't too bad, except the boss. Actually, I should have said no, because the boss battles are pretty much the same as all the other boss battles. Uninstall. It is undeleted. I mean, it is deleted, not undeleted.